So we're up to session 116 now. Who wants to give a recap?
We spent the entirety of the episode trying to just flee and kind of dodge I'm blanking on their names, but dodge the two people on dragons that are very powerful that are like hunting us.
Rakshasas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Rakshasas.
And you successfully did that.
Yeah,
Eventually flying up to the top of the dome, and that's about the time when they lost your trail.
yeah. Yeah, we learned that there was smog at the top of the dome.
We were like, that's it. That's our ticket.
Yeah. So yeah, like we stopped in a classroom and like we had the advantage of that our wind walk form was much faster than they could fly, but we were never able to get like too comfortable in a single spot. They had some way to there's some way that we have yet to figure out that they were tracking us. Uh, and like so they would know where we would be. It would just take them a little bit to get there. um Clave, and so we were trying to see if we were like talking about whether or not we could like wait around for the vampire guy,
Ringer Orange.
Ringer Oren. Wait around for him. We decided, and then we were kind of hemming and hawing on that, and then we decided to move, well, to just use teleport Aurelia, ask Aurelia to cast teleportation, and then we were debating whether or not to try to teleport directly to uh
Go out, Pajar.
Pajar?
yeah,
no, that's right. Yeah.
or to
the
like the
Mesa.
plateau.
Yeah.
The plateau Mesa, like outside of the city. We ended up just deciding to do the closer one so that there would be less chance because like the last time we failed the roll, it kind of deviated for a few sessions. So we decided to like take the safer option, more conservative path. We made it there and made it on top of the Mesa. And then we just started wind walking towards Doha Pajar.
It was hideously disfigured.
Oh yeah, Clave failed his save, and so now his torso is like twisted halfway around.
Just like T-Hole to just move right on past that.
I have it in my notes. I just got excited. So yeah, Clave is further disfigured. Probably further wondering why he joined us, because he literally brought nothing but pain and disfigurement. We eventually ran across a wharf. There was like a Warforged hand when we stopped the place where the pixies were, or we ran into the pixies in an earlier session.
Right.
And
yeah, you had flown, so that was sort of right on the banks of the river. So you flew back a bit to where there was a little more desert before you were going to rest. And there, buried under the sand, you found this warforged with one hand poking out.
yeah, so we pulled him out. Zarius dug his head out, and then the last thing he remembered was the death of Queen Sharia or Sharia, and which like we knew, or at least T-Hole knew, that she was like there sometime around the time the Empire fell apart, so 100 years ago.
Right.
And he was collecting information on the Garns, or like rather for the Garns. They must have like sent out people to just collect and scout and see what's happening in different parts of the land. There was like some testing to see like if he was cool, like because he like seemed to see like if he was amenable to meat bags, or if he was like pro or anti meat bag, and we got the sense that he was anti-meatbag, so I think we just decided to kill or to attack, and that's where we ended last session.
There was a little bit of a debate. But yeah, no, he should be attacked. I do agree now.
Okay, so you are essentially waiting to long rest.
Yeah, we'll just hit this guy. Let's do this.
So who's doing what to him?
Well, T-Hole has his arms out because he was using them to help dig him out.
Right. He seems completely oblivious to the fact he is about to be attacked. He thinks he's just about to go on his merry way.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
you're free to attack him right now. It's essentially going to be the surprise round.
yeah. T-Hole is going to punch him, in T-Hole fashion. Oh, nice. And
The 11 misses. It's the 28 definitely hits.
I'm going to attempt a stunning strike. I don't know if he can be stunned, but I'll try.
I mean, constructs can be stunned, but usually.
So yeah, he needs to make a con save.
Not letting me roll. Hold on. Here we go. So I assume that's a fail.
I don't see it.
Oh, I'm talking to myself. So he got a 15.
Yes, that's a fail.
So he is stunned
I'm just stunned. All
and
right.
injured.
And yeah, I'll use my bonus action to make two more punches.
Those both hit. He's looking pretty bad. He's not, he is a lightly built Warforged, but he's still up. Is anybody else going after him?
I guess I could just cantrip him. I'll toll the dead. Okay. Oh, there we are. Roll.
So
Wisdom
he might-
save DC 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's enough to blow him up. So you see the wood on his body begins to blacken and fall off, and he clatters to the ground in a heap of metal.
Far easier than our other one.
Yes, he must have just been a scout. Certainly not built for combat. Yeah, Teal. Yeah, I think Teal's gonna just rummage through the scrap pile. See if
So the only thing he has on him of note is in a small pouch, he has what initially you take to be like a glowing cube of crystal, but handling it, you realize that it really appears as though it might be ice, but it's not melting. It's just a permanent glowing ice cube. He also has an armband, like a leather armband that has an opal set into it. So it's like almost like a single bracer, but it's purely decorative. And it's worth 75 gold pieces. The ice cube, who knows what this invaluable non-melting ice cube is worth.
Well, we're in a hot, or I guess. Actually, don't know if it's hot here because like
It's not as hot as the regular desert in this plane. It's still warm. Like during the day, it'll get up to low to mid 80s. At least that's been your experience so far.
T-hole would be, he would take, if unless there are objections, he doesn't really care about the ice cube, but he does like this little band. And he would like affix it to his arm.
I realize this is the natural enemy to the Delicious in Dungeon operation, is the all metal army of people who just oppose you for some reason. They're like useless to eat.
There is an episode that covers that. And
That makes sense.
they came up with a way to eat it.
Okay.
I won't spoil it, but the subject was covered. But yeah, I don't
So,
think
I mean, he also, you realize he has effectively a blade built into his arm that he never actually got to draw. But you could see the blade is sort of hidden between the metal poles that make up his forearm. Hard for you to use because it's kind of built into him, but it would, for him, it would have effectively been a short sword.
well. Shall we continue?
I think we
I-
were about to
planning to
rest, right?
rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll just look over to Aurelia, who had been ritually casting.
Yeah, I continued. I didn't
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah. Did
So-
somebody grab the icicle? Forget. Did I miss that?
nobody.
you.
T-hole
I'll just-
wasn't. He
I'll
wanted
just grab it.
armband.
Yeah. I'll grab it. And fling it. See if it's like a wand or something.
It just appears to be a non-melting ice cube, as far as you
Cold?
can tell.
Like
It
actually
does.
cold.
It does
Yeah.
feel cold to the touch. Yes.
Okay. No, I mean, it's something. I'll keep it.
So you're able to rest inside Aurelia's. I forget, what do you call your tiny hut? Have you renamed it?
No, it's still a tiny hut. That's a good point. I probably should rename that.
The goth cave.
The Den of Darkness.
Yeah.
AKA the goth cave.
I mean, you can make it like whatever color and level of illumination you want inside. So it could be like just a sphere of blackness where everybody is stumbling around inside.
Just don't. I feel like there's like an opportunity to like you turn it to like make it like black lights and you're like, oh no, never mind.
Yeah.
Bad
Yeah,
idea.
It would be a good idea to just turn the lights out anyways. T-Hole's always walking around naked. We don't want to poke anybody's eye out.
Is that an arm or a?
So you are able to long rest.
Right.
A quick gander at my spells. Very suddenly in a different environment, so
Hmm.
is Clave like, did they have to like reform themselves at any point, or is he able to maintain that?
I mean, this new deformity, once he changes his form, he pretty much looks normal. He
Mhm.
feels like shit, but he looks normal enough. And his mobility has returned to normal.
Okay. Then I'll probably still prioritize my leg for the use of the greater restoration from the beads. That way I can not be even more gimpy, hobbling around and shit.
So continuing on.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll use the gash or the windwalk, obviously.
So fast forwarding, you fly over a lot of the territory that you had previously covered before you found that sort of ethereal temple of Sekhmet that took you back to the colony to
Mhm.
rescue Clave and Kepri. How do you intend? So even like flying up high, you do occasionally see ruins off further in the desert. There clearly is there clearly are sort of dotting the landscape around you, occasionally buildings and towns lost to time that got somehow sucked into this little demiplane. But how do you intend to find the actual ruins you're looking for? Since none of you are like cartographers and you have no ranger in the party.
I'm pretty good at survival.
Okay, so make me a survival check. And if somebody can plausibly tell me how you're helping, that would probably be good.
Um,
Ugh.
Because he rolled a 4 and then and then a 16.
What about using clairvoyance with the telescope, the spyglass, and maybe an action point to help us figure out the path?
I mean, that definitely would work.
Yeah.
So what specifically would you be looking for in the telescope?
Um,
I'm not, there's no wrong answer. I'm just trying to figure out how to describe. There are different things you might see depending on how you describe what it is you're looking for. So,
I mean, what I'm not sure of is if and maybe I'm just not remembering at all. And we have something, but like the lore of the place, like what?
Yeah, so very quickly, the short version of it is that once upon a time, Apophis, who is now universally thought of as an evil god, basically built this city in the desert, and it was the most impressive city that the gods had ever seen. So all of the gods were eager to locate their temples there. There was like a magical river that was like flowing through it, and it was extremely posh. But Apophis eventually turned against Osiris. That led to Osiris being chopped up into little pieces and thrown into the underworld, where he was eventually put back together. But as part of his punishment, he was banished from the world, and his city disappeared. And that's that. Nobody knows exactly where it went, but all of these various temples to the gods that were in there disappeared with it, along with everything else. The magic river also dried up. So that's sort of what you know about it. It was once upon a time a very great and fabulous city. And the seer had mentioned that it is largely intact in this plane.
Right.
But you know, the what's left on the in the regular plane is essentially just stones and ruins. But in this plane, there's a mirror image of it.
Then I guess a building that doesn't seem ravaged by time, or a city, I should say, and perhaps bisected because of the river that ran through it. So bisected city.
It was essentially on an island in this river. So
Try to imagine that.
I mean, imagine that the river comes up and then splits into two and circles around this large city
I
and then
gotcha.
rejoins and continues on.
Gotcha. Then it would have some means of accessing the water, so like docks and stuff.
Yes, it probably did.
It wouldn't make sense for anything else to have docks necessarily. If they, yeah, I guess
Yeah, I
some of
mean,
them
yeah,
might. Yeah.
along the
If
river.
they were along the river, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just a city that seems weirdly well maintained would be the goal, I think, the ultimate goal.
And what you see when you look through the spyglass is not exactly what you were imagining, but you do see many temples and large buildings. They're all shrouded in darkness. And you realize that the buildings must be underground, and you seem to be looking at the overview of a vast city in the distance, essentially from a cave that leads into a cavern. And the city appears to now be at the bottom of this cavern.
Okay.
How long are you watching, by the way?
I mean, I got 10 minutes on the spell. So I would at least watch. I would switch back and forth perhaps, because it does say I can switch from seeing to hearing.
Mhm.
Um,
So switching to hearing, you can hear what sounds like much closer. This city is sort of off in the distance, like you're seeing an overview of most of the city ahead of you. In the dim light that seems to be coming from the cave entrance that is right behind you. But just outside the cave, you can hear what sounds like a town, the sounds of another city.
okay.
And then at some point, about 7 or so minutes in, you hear a scream that can only be the roar of a dragon.
Okay. Sure.
Does anybody else hear that, or is it only audible through the spyglass?
Because it's a spyglass, I assume it's basically one person at a time.
Yeah. I was just wondering if like it was so
Actually,
loud that like we could hear like
Can I, yeah, can I hand it off? Is that a thing? Will it still go?
I would say you could hand it off. But I
Okay.
also imagine, as counterintuitive as it is to actually switch to hearing, you have to press it up against your ear,
Yeah.
like it's one of those old-fashioned hearing cones.
Yeah. I kind of imagine doing that anyway, so.
what do you see anything in do you what did you get a good look?
Yeah, I mean, I could just hand it over so that you could actually see, but so all right. I'm
You'll have to
guessing.
like wipe the earwax off.
There's like some like really like some just got kind of stuck in like the lens.
I don't even think I don't have like external ears, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's even more disturbing.
I would be the person that would need one of those hearing horns.
So yeah, let's take a listen and a peek.
So you could see what appears to be. I mean, there's very little light inside the cave, so everything you're seeing is light that's filtering through the cave mouth behind you. But off in the distance, you can make out the dim outlines of buildings and temples, all of which seem to be in sort of that ancient Egyptian slash Baltish style.
Well, hot damn, that's the place.
We have a good idea as to the direction that is then.
Um, so from what you've seen, you're not, it's hard to say just from that particular image, but you think that given that you've heard the roar of this dragon, and you know there's another sort of active city nearby,
Hmm.
you think you at least now know what you can look for. Because all the ruins you have seen up until now, pixies aside, they've basically all looked abandoned from the air. And whatever is going on outside this cave mouth is not that. It sounds like there's probably a regular community of something living there.
Try to see if you know, while Teal has the spyglass, he's gonna try to see if he can like make out any details of that the community outside. If he could see people, awesome, but if he can like just see, I mean, he got a sense of the architecture. Like, does the architecture match the what's inside the cave, kind of that faultish?
No, the architecture you see outside the cave is a little bit more modern. It's probably a couple of centuries off. But it's not in that older desert style. It's in a more modern desert style, essentially Arabic rather than Egyptian. But T-Hole, you and Zarius both would have picked up that this community, you do hear snippets of speech, all of which appear to be in Draconic.
Seems to be a city of dragonborns, or at least people who speak Draconic, creatures who speak Draconic. Well, Zarius, you're the Sultan. Hopefully they recognize that. Or at least are familiar with the concept. You're muted.
At least we have something to look for.
So flying on, it takes you another 2 days before you think you spot what appears to be an actual thriving town in the midst of all this desert. It is set pretty far away from the river. And it's not exactly sure, like there is a ring of hills around this particular town. But it does appear to be built up out of stone and pretty well maintained and probably in its own way wealthy. You're just not sure why they would have picked this particular location, since it doesn't seem likely that much would grow here. But you also notice that laying in a pen in the center of this town is a strange sort of six-limbed bluish greenish dragon that may have been the one you hear roaring.
Does it, how big is it? Is it like an adult?
It is probably either an adult or old. As it is a good like 30, 40 feet long.
So the kind of dragon that makes you shit your pants when you see it.
Right. If it wants you to shit your pants.
Does it look
There you
like,
go. Tony, you should tell your players with all their green to brown patches that their anthem, their group anthem should include the brown note.
Right.
So I assume though you're essentially very high up since you're trying to spot as much as you can.
this,
So you are still probably like 2 miles away from this town.
and this dragon's in a cage, it's in like an enclosure?
Right. It is definitely not in a cage, as it has wings and it could clearly fly out of this enclosure at any time. But it is in the middle of essentially a ring of stones around it. Otherwise it seems to be basking in the sun.
Is
But
it
it
like a
is
henge?
it is very similar to a henge. Like this may have been like some sort of public space at one point, and that it is just the dragon is currently taking it over, as no one else is inside this ring of stones. But as you get closer, you realize the stone ring around it are a series of arches. So it's similar to a henge. It's not exactly as heavily built as like the Gate of Sule that you saw, which was a legitimate henge. This is made of marble and a good deal lighter in terms of its construction. So it's just a spot the dragon apparently likes to lay down and nap.
Do we see anybody, like, do we see, not like when we get closer, do we see anybody that's out?
So as you get within probably about a mile of the city, all of you immediately do feel a presence. It is fairly calming. But it's also a little unnerving in that there's no obvious source for it. It's not like anything you felt before. It's not exactly telepathic, but you can sense like the presence of some sort of being. And you do have to get within about that range before you can start making out individuals. But you do see it. It appears to be a city of Dragonborn, or city. It appears to be a fairly large town of Dragonborn. You know, if you had to roughly guess, there could be as many as 1,000 people living in this town, maybe more.
Do we have the telepathic link of some kind?
Yeah.
If Clave is providing it, yes.
I'll just ask, or just perhaps find a place to set down.
I could use a nice hot rock to bask on.
So are you setting down in the city or somewhere in the town or somewhere else?
Um, I probably didn't get a sense as to the direction the cave was in.
You're not sure. There are several, like I said, there are several hills that this town is in the midst of. The buildings seem to jut out of the hills, and there do appear to be a couple of things that may have been the cave entrance. There is one sort of largish temple-like structure that seems to be built around one of the hills, and that's your best guess as to where this cave entrance may have been.
Someplace near that.
So as you begin to descend, you realize that all of these Dragonborn, they're not sort of randomly walking. There appears to be a very large group dance featuring several hundred dancers in the street all around this building where you are attempting to land.
Is it coordinated? Or is it
Yes.
like a flash?
It appears to be pretty well choreographed.
Just imagining like us flying over and they've got like they're doing the Thriller. We're like, all right, let's go to the next town.
On second thought, let's not go
Yeah.
there. It's just a silly place.
Yeah, it's probably not the Thriller dance. It's probably like the Achy Breaky Heart. Not worth the cure for the astral plague. Let's leave.
Oh, only knowing Dragonborn through Zarius, it makes perfect sense they'd be a bunch of line dancers.
I don't know what in
Full
Zarius's
movement.
behavior would indicate he has any sort of rhythm.
I don't know, maybe like Zarius could really like cut the rug or the sand back before he got his bum knee.
Right.
Maybe he heard it while dancing. It just hasn't been the same.
Never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm.
And as you're flying in, you see the dragon steps up on its 6 legs and takes off into the air, landing on top of the building that you were headed towards.
Does the dragon dance?
The dragon is not dancing. He appears to be just peering down at a ring of dancers in front of this building.
Maybe we wait for this guy to fly away. Can I tell what kind of dragon this is?
So you would be aware that not after the Empire chased them into near extinction, dragons began to kind of interbreed, and this appears to be. It may not just be a blue and a green dragon that interbred, but that seems to be its dominant parentage.
Okay. Are extra legs expected?
So again, because of the imperial influence, there have been some mishaps. Like when you met the other dragon, that was kind of like it was part black dragon and part silver dragon, whose name I'm blanking on, but you met him like early in the adventure. He had like 4 legs and 2 wings, whereas this dragon has 6 legs and 2 wings.
Mhm.
So it is it tends to vary a bit. These species were not necessarily meant to interbreed. Like
Okay.
the other dragon you met was much more like Brontosaurus, like buddy had wings. This one is a little bit more lithe than that.
Yeah, like a worm.
But right, but like a Bahir, which you also fought, has like lots and lots of legs. This one seems to be shaped a lot like a Bahir.
Mhm. Okay. While we're kind of like floating, so I don't necessarily want to draw its attention. Is there perhaps a window or anything, any other way of getting inside this temple?
There appears to be there are no windows on the buildings that you see, but there is a large central entrance, though that is right underneath. That is right essentially right around where everybody is doing their dancing, and right underneath where the dragon is currently sitting.
Gotcha.
We've got, we've got quite a while before we before we lose our windwalk form. I'm
I mean,
fine.
this is right. This is like 2 days later. You probably have another hour or so left
Oh,
before you lose your windwalk form. You just didn't encounter anything over the 2 days. You have actually traveled several hundred miles down the river, though, past where you got previously.
So we're later in the day.
Yeah, it is later in the day.
I mean, we have a little bit of time to see if it moves.
And the dancing continues on for quite a while. You see, uh, at some point, people start like stopping dancing in the middle, and move over to these large stone cisterns where they have to lift the lids off to get a drink of water. And then they move back and continue the dancing. The dancing itself is fairly repetitive. Like they've all learned the moves, whatever this dance is, it is somewhat choreographed, but it is essentially just the same set of moves lasting about 2 minutes on a loop. It's not clear what the function is. The mood seems to be somewhat celebratory, but people are also getting tired and going to get drinks of water.
Right.
wish I didn't have to have this water, so I could just keep dancing.
Like the
Um,
Happy Days dance off episode.
like 30 minutes in,
They're still dancing 30 minutes in.
and the dragon hasn't moved after 30 minutes.
I mean, the dragon, it shifts around, but it's not flying away.
Sure. But like, is there like a spot to be unseen to where we can try and get into this place? At
Not
least
near this,
unseen by the dragon.
almost. I mean, from what you know of dragons' ability to perceive things, almost certainly not.
Sure.
Clade will mentally like communicate. It may be that they're waiting for us. I mean, didn't you mention that Zarius, your god, had basically to some degree prophesized that we were supposed to come here? Perhaps this is them welcoming an expected visitor.
It is possible. But be prepared. A dragon is a dragon, even if it is a messenger.
I mean, we have to go there anyways. We're not going to just get by a dragon. Their senses are such that I could not deceive them easily, if at all. So
Let us sit down.
So where are you sitting down?
We could still go like out of view.
I
While
mean,
they
if you don't,
reform.
if you're away from this particular building, which is at the north end of of the town, there's plenty of places you could sit down and not be obviously in view.
Clave is gonna be obviously in view, because he's like either this is supposed to be, or they're gonna attack. In which case, Clave welcomes death with the pain that he's seeing.
That my boss asked me something this week, and he was basically just asking me if I would just work for 24 hours straight, and I told him no, because I'm not willing to have a stroke over this job. And then I clarified, well, I was in that moment kind of sort of serious. I was like, well, I don't want to have a stroke and then survive, but because that would suck. So Clave essentially just lands in full view of the crowd. And almost immediately, like about half of the crowd just stops dancing and begins to cheer as they see this cloud land in front of them. And the
Yeah.
dragon seems to straighten up, standing a bit taller, watching the cloud as it reforms into Clave.
I've never
Where-
played the
where are
game
the-
We Happy Few, but I feel like this is one of those times. It could be one of those times.
I don't know that game.
Forced happiness. Comply or die.
So where are the rest of you landing?
I will still remain out of view.
Yeah, same here.
What about T-Hole?
I mean, if Clave is getting adoration,
So you see one of a
Yeah.
cloud slinks out from a hidden position once people start cheering. And then like moves in front of Clave.
The cloud hand going up and waving.
I mean, I feel like T Hole wouldn't, he'd want to like make sure, he'd want to help Clave share the burden of so many fans.
Yeah, you don't have to do this alone, buddy.
So as you begin to transform back, you see various people from among the dancing crowd move over to these wicker baskets and begin taking out fruit and pieces of food on trays and carrying them over to you. Some people come over and they lay like wreaths of flowers around Keyhole and Clave's neck, welcoming them to this town. Takes a little while though for you to reform. So initially they're like trying to get the wreath around your neck, and it's not, it's just passing through. But eventually you're solid enough that they can lay it down upon you.
Hello. What's the we've made it. Who is in charge here?
And the dragon sort of bellows out. It has taken you a far longer time to arrive than we expected. You are, I suppose, late, but the gods are the ones in charge of these sorts of things. So I guess we cannot complain. You are here to seek Sekhmet, yes?
That is correct.
I was expecting a dragonborn.
Well, I've already formed. If they're not being attacked, I will have stepped out.
So you come hobbling over.
Yeah.
What is Aurelia coming out as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna come around the corner and I'm gonna start doing that dance. I'm pretty confident I can do it. Start dancing towards them.
Give me your performance check.
It's very hypnotic. Performance.
I mean,
you-
you would say that not most of the people here, although it was, somewhat choreographed, most of the people here are not trained in performance. So it's not exactly as if it was like a great display by them. And yours is kind of about as good as theirs was. On
Yeah, I don't want to
average.
upstage them.
Right.
Yeah, no. I'm one of you.
But several people do come over and lay a wreath around your neck of fairly colorful desert flowers. Do you speak Draconic?
No, I don't.
Does Clave? So everything they're saying is essentially incomprehensible to the two of you. But you hear they're very, Keyhole and Darius both hear that they're very appreciative of Aurelia attempting to continue the dance. And to the two of you, they seem to just be thrilled that you're here. And the dragon continues. I don't know that you want to go down into the caverns now, but I suppose that is up to you.
Is there any reason not to?
Sometimes creatures will lurk in the caverns at night. Not so much in the temples of Sekhmet, of course, but outside of it.
Hmm.
We are happy, however, to entertain you, as you are honored guests. Sekhmet welcomes you and awaits you down below.
How did you hear of our coming?
Sekhmet told us you would be coming. It has been prophesied for a while that someone will come. The Sultan of the world in which these Dragonborn came from. You also realize that these Dragonborn are much more diverse than you're used to seeing. There are Dragonborn of virtually every color, and it seems to be more or less evenly mixed. It is a lot more sort of blue and copper Dragonborn in the Warmlands generally, but that just doesn't seem to be the case here. There are even white Dragonborn here, and they're essentially less than 1% of the population normally. If I may ask, because I do not know, what is your business with Sekhmet? Usually she is fairly insular, keeping to herself. We consider her ourselves to be her chosen people since she dwells among us. You're probably the first outsider to come here in 1,000 years, long before I was here.
The fate of the world is at stake.
I
If we
don't
fail,
blame. You fail what?
what I forgot what he was named, the one who killed Osiris.
Apophis?
Apophis, that's right. If we fail, Apophis returns.
And the whole crowd sort of murmurs at that. And the dragon says, that is a name we do not mention here. To speak the name of a god is to potentially draw the attention of a god.
I mean, I probably would have known a better way of referring to him, like the he who whatever, right, brings chaos or whatever the hell it is. But yeah,
I would ask that you have dinner with me before you go down. Would like to hear more about what is going on back in the world from which we came. But it is entirely up to you. If you need to move on, then you need to move on.
How do we feel?
Well, we're like fully rested, you know.
I mean,
I mean,
it is
but it's
getting
later in the
right,
day.
right. It is getting close to the end of your wind walk. And you've been watching this for a while, so it's really close to the end of your wind walk time now. Still probably a couple hours before you could long rest again. But whenever you come out of your wind walk forms, you're always like extremely thirsty and hungry because you've gone the whole day without feeling that.
Yeah. I think it's best if we take advantage of take you up on your offer.
And he then bellows a command to set up tables. And people run off and come back with like setting up an array of foods on tables, bringing large chunks of meat up and piling it in front of this building. The dragon flies down from the roof. I consider myself to be the current high priest of Sekhmet, as her worship has fallen off in the world from which we came. But I understand that you may also be a priest of hers.
Not specifically hers. I shepherd the souls.
It is not for me to tell a goddess what to do, but I am concerned that if she is helping you, she may leave this place and we may not have access to her direct presence anymore. I pray she returns to us if she is to leave to help you. But tell me, how is it that Apophis could return to the world? I thought he was banished forever.
Does he say Apophis?
He does not.
Okay.
It's a longer, the same sort of longer thing that Zaria said.
Gotcha. Okay. Because Theo was gonna call him out on it if he actually said it. But
Um, I forgot what he asked.
He was asking how it is that Apophis could return.
Oh, right. And he said he thought he was sealed away forever. A seal has a key, and they are searching for it.
Who is they? Who would want to release the mad god to the world?
What was it? MX was one of them, and then
Vecna.
Vecna is a third party, I believe. Who's
I mean,
Is-
Aurelia remembers that Vecna was the one who released him in an alternate timeline in order to try to absorb his power. And that alternate timeline may actually be this timeline, but in the future. You don't really know yet. And then, it was his own cultists in the Great Colony, the Kindred.
There was a
And who knows what the Empire's doing? There are a lot of factions, all of
Yeah.
whom are searching for that key.
there are a number of groups, all with varying interests and different goals, who are all seeking to release Apophis. The long form of Apophis.
Right.
but in your monk translation, it's like still weird.
Yeah, it's the It's like a literal translation.
Right.
Yeah. No, with none of the subtlety. There was a there was a uh powerful wizard named Vecna, who is one of them, who leads a cult that is seeking them. There is the misguided current empire.
He bristles at the mention of the Empire. I know Vecna, but I am the sworn enemy of the Empire. The Empire killed my father and mother, and would have killed me. Many of my broodlings were killed by the Empire, and I barely escaped.
Teal just kind of like remains quiet. Yeah, they are misguided.
It's only as a result of the intervention of Grimem Phaelis, a copper dragon of great power, who I suspect you know, that I managed to survive at all, as she carried my egg and a sibling of mine's egg away, just as the Empire was about to destroy us.
Does Kepri speak up about that? Say
Uh,
anything?
now, Kepri, however, has turned visible.
Mhm. That's fine. That seems okay at the moment.
Were you brought here? Was your egg brought here by Grimem Phaelis?
No, not to this place. I was led here by chance, or perhaps by the will of Sekhmet, as it was here that I first encountered her, and here that I dedicated myself to her worship. Then I began to collect a community of Dragonborn around me, her worshippers. We are all dedicated to her worship, and would all gladly give our lives for her.
I look forward to having the honor to meet her.
And I'm sure you shall, for this is where she lives. She will find her below. Zarius, make me a wisdom saving throw. So you can feel the dragon trying to push into your mind as he's having this conversation with T-Hole. But you're able to resist it.
I will look at the dragon, like eye to eyes, or like stare at him. Let him know that I know.
Yeah, he's aware since he failed to be able to read your thoughts.
Mhm.
He is aware that you must be aware that he was trying to read your thoughts. I would have a deeper look
Clay mentally
into.
takes credit for blocking that from Zarius.
I would have a deeper look into your mind, Zarius. He doesn't know your name. You didn't tell him your name yet. Maybe he picked it up when he was reading your surface thoughts.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what my surface thoughts at the time would have been.
He's read all of your surface thoughts at this point before trying to push deeper into your mind.
That's fair.
If you will permit me, I have questions.
What is it that you seek?
I want to know what your real purpose here is.
I've told you.
And words can deceive. But a direct contact between my mind and yours is unlikely to lead to any sort of misunderstanding between the two of us. If you have the ability to read my mind, I will equally open myself to your probing.
I have not prepared that spell today.
I
think I have.
have.
No, actually, I don't even know if I have access to that spell. It's just detect.
I
thought,
mean,
right?
Clave can do it on your behalf and just through the mental link facilitate that possibly.
Yeah, I don't get the ability to detect thought. I would look to Clave and perhaps then I cannot do that, but my companion can.
Very well, slightly less agreeable to let a non-dragon into my thoughts. But under the circumstances, as you've been drawn here by the goddess, you must all be worthy in your own way.
Clave mentally just says to Zarius, I have no interest in delving into the mind of a dragon, for it is a creature that I'm not familiar enough with to be comfortable, but I will allow your consciousness to essentially drive the magic that I will provide.
If I think I can do that, then
Yeah, I'll allow it.
All right. So I will cast Detect Thoughts, and with my telepathic link, I will shunt my consciousness so that I'm not necessarily aware of the thoughts, but Zarius can guide the magic into the mind of the dragon.
So you could feel the dragon pushing into your mind, running through the memories of the astral plague, of things related to Thurisdan, and in particular of all the references you know to Doat Pajar, which lies beneath this village. In its mind, and if you're curious to probe anything in particular, let me know. You immediately get the sense that although you generally think of Sekhmet as like essentially a good aligned goddess, Sekhmet is also a warrior, and so in that regard, it's a little bit of gray area. She's not always kind necessarily to the people she's slaughtering, but she's also the goddess of medicine, and so there is a sort of healing aspect to her. But you don't get the sense that there's much in the way of like warm and fuzzy feelings in the heart of this dragon. He's maybe not like viciously evil, but he's very covetous of his self-imposed position as chief cleric of Sekhmet, and very much afraid that you are going to damage his power by taking her away from this place and her never returning, or you just seeking to usurp him as head of this little religion he's got going.
right.
Well,
Well, he certainly doesn't have any. He won't find any intent to take over. Not in this mind.
right. You can sense that he is somewhat comforted by the fact that you seem to not even want to be Sultan of the Warmlands. And that you've not made any play, like with Sortea Khan, you didn't make any play to take over any of her power position. But he's also, you could sense, a little bit uneasy that you yourself don't know what's going to happen when you go below.
Sure.
You know, for all you know, because he's specifically pushing to see if you're trying to like take her away, and for all you know, she is going to disappear and not be here anymore once you do whatever is needed to undefile her temple.
Then I will implant. Will have a new thought based upon his whole thing. If we are given the chance, I will. If we will, or at least I will. I intend to. If again, if only if I'm given a chance. Sometimes the gods are, they do their thing, but if I get a chance to talk to her and say, hey, he should come with us or whatever, right? If we're all going.
And you get a very strong sort of reaction to that, as they are not allowed. They are only allowed, at least, into the temple when they are told to come to the temple by the goddess. And that is usually just a few people every month are allowed to descend down.
Mhm.
And that's when you realize the people who go down there, they don't come back.
Sure. That's fine.
But having gotten his answers, he exits your mind.
We've been teleported by Sekhmet before. I mean, a special divine teleportation that didn't fuck with our ailments at all.
Right?
Yeah, but it's also probably an orgy.
If that's what the goddess wants, that's what the goddess gets. Yeah,
You do get the
are we
sense
resting here?
as
Oh, yeah.
right
Go
as
ahead.
he is you are exiting his mind, you do get the sense that he is thinking that he will allow you to go down into the
Sure.
cavern,
That's fine.
and you will not suffer an accident that you might have otherwise suffered if he was less sure. An accident in the form of potentially acid and or lightning and or poison, breath
Right.
weapon to the face.
He sneezed.
No, I mean, you could
goddess, I
definitely
sneezed on them.
you could definitely see in his head there was a sense that all he would have to do is tell his followers that, you were essentially here to rob them of their goddess and are evil, and that you have seen through the evil plans,
Right.
and and probably the Dragonborn here would believe that. And if they didn't, breath weapon to the face.
I'm a high level cleric. They should practically be feeling my holy aura. I mean, come on now.
But how would they know if it's holy or unholy?
You could tell. What do you mean?
No. When it's overwhelming power, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, you still haven't
Overwhelming.
lost.
There could be overwhelmingly good and overwhelmingly bad.
You still have not lost the sense that there is an overwhelmingly good presence just in the air around you.
Right.
It just, it is a weird feeling in that it's not necessarily reacting directly, even to like the aggression of this dragon. It seems to not really be reacting as it considers, possibly murdering you. So it is just a feeling in the air.
Right. Mine would be totally different. It wouldn't even necessarily be good. It's just like that's an intense presence. But yeah. Are we resting before going in?
I mean, we'll have to. We've been traveling for the greater part of the day.
Why do we have to? Let's go and get healed.
Apparently, there could be other dangers present.
I am
This
willing to
time.
face them if it means getting relief from this horrible agony.
did we ever get the dragon's name?
I would
Probably.
I imagine it would have came up in the mind link.
I mean, normally people don't think of their own name that often.
Yeah,
I wrote it down.
but you got to have like a name associated with all these thoughts.
It's Kaveatak is his name. It's the short version of his name.
Can we know what the long version is?
So,
You got to know.
I mean, I love Grandphaelus's full name. I can't wait to hear this one.
yeah, it is Kaveatak Vivid Thunder, the lightning caster. He rears his deafening sonic roar to the voice of a thunderstorm. He has vivid scales and blinding brightness. He is the quiet, dangerous voice of the wind. This one stalks his prey under cover of night.
Did not disappoint.
Do you have a name generator for these?
I do.
I want that, by the way.
Built into Roll20, unfortunately, so I can't just give you a link.
Fine. Give me the code. I'll decipher it.
But you're provided with rooms to sleep in. Clave, of course, has the worst of it. So you don't have to sleep if you don't want to. But Clave has, difficulty sleeping like in a bed, and so even more difficulty sleeping on the ground.
Have I been accumulating any levels of exhaustion? Because it's been a few days.
No, it's just RP stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go to bed and just try to get like enough of a rest in so we could just go, right in the morning, first thing.
Clave strongly dissents, but he's not going in alone.
You also would have learned that the name of this town is Saryat Al Tamir. And it's been here probably for 200 or 300 years. But morning comes. As you go outside, you're presented with, there are just more tables filled with food, mostly fruit. And then there's just a line of people from the building you were sleeping in leading back to the main. The facade of it at least looks like a temple, but inside there's very little to it other than a passageway that leads to the cave mouth. And people line the entire roadway between you and there, holding up, for whatever reason, palm fronds that seem to be important to them as they shake them over your heads.
Good. It's gonna be a good Friday. So yeah, we'll walk there, and if we meet Kaveatak, we'll thank him for his hospitality.
He is standing on the roof of the building again, where he initially was when you were flying around. Safe travels. May you return swiftly, and may the goddess answer your prayers.
Thank you. And
So entering the cave, there is a very narrow path that leads from the cave mouth down to where the city of Doat Pajar begins. To either side, there is a fairly deep chasm, deep enough that you can't see the bottom of it with dark vision. But the path isn't, it's not so narrow that you're likely to like trip and fall off the side. If you were to trip, there might be a little bit of a risk, but the path appears to be fairly well worn and flat. You make your way to the edge of the city and plunge into essentially complete darkness.
Is
I would
it,
say
is it-
from being in the mind of Kveatok that you would know which building is the Temple of Sekhmet and have a rough understanding of the geography of the city. So you can make your way directly there, but it is currently pitch black.
I'll light up
is
my
it
staff.
obscuring even our dark vision?
No, dark vision still functions normally. But it is hard to see, buildings in the distance with dark vision. So I don't know if Keyhole is using his visage yet, because it lasts like 10 minutes, and it might take you more than 10 minutes to walk there.
I have the light cantrip now, so I'll just light up my staff.
Okay, so walking through the city streets, you can see there is a bit of a well-worn path, but there is a lot of like dirt and dust and loose debris. The buildings themselves, however, look pristine. This could be, this city could be brand spanking new if it weren't for the fact that it appears to be sunken into this cavern that it happens to be in. It's almost otherwise as if time hasn't really touched it. There is still paint on the walls of these buildings, making them all fairly colorful as you get close to them. But you can clearly see these well-worn footsteps that have carved a path out in the street itself that lead you to the Temple of Sekhmet. The doors of the temple are wide open, and inside you can see there are two light sources. One is the temple itself is huge, large enough that you can't see the ceiling of it with dark vision or with the light from the light cantrip. But you can see there's a glowing crystal roughly dead center into the room at the base of an Ankh, the symbol of life and one of the symbols of Sekhmet, as well as a very large scarab that seems to be in the center of the temple. Beyond that, about maybe 40 feet beyond this glowing crystal sticking out of the ground, the crystal is probably about 5 feet tall. You can see there's a giant statue of what appears to be Sekhmet herself with a smaller monkey-like statue in front of it. And the monkey is holding up a golden staff or spear that appears to be glowing very brightly. The crystal is sort of glowing a bit dimly, although it is covering quite an area with the light from the crystal. There appears to be also a little basin in front of the crystal. You're not sure why that is there. But the room is otherwise pitch black and extremely dusty. Hold on. Here we go. So you guys are down here. Get out of this.
Presumably, I still have the ever burning torch still as well. It doesn't burn
That's
anything, so
right. I forgot about its existence, but yes, I'm sure you probably still have that.
we've been out in the desert. We haven't needed it.
I also have dancing lights, so I can arrange them going forward to kind of light areas as well.
I don't know where we are.
You are down at the southern portion of the map.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was bigger than mine. Because I could see light up here, and that's where I was seeing. All right.
So who's going in? The door is wide open. It's about, 30 or so feet across.
Once again, Clave welcomes healing or death, so he will gladly move first.
So
Yeah.
as Clave enters the building, you basically just cross the threshold. When something comes thudding down next to you, missing you, it appears to be a stalactite at first, but it then slowly begins to crawl towards the wall, having missed you.
Those goddamn things.
She's having fun playing with us.
I was gonna try and get her to put that.
The ceiling is at least it must be further than 60 feet away because you can't see the top of it.
Um,
And you all watch as this thing drops down, nearly not getting super close to hitting him, but potentially hitting him.
had he moved the right way.
Uh,
Do we need to fight that? It's moving.
How fast is it moving?
Very slowly, like 10 feet around as its movement speed. And it's not going after anybody, it's crawling towards the wall.
Yeah. How
Clave doesn't really care it missed him, so he's just gonna proceed forward.
yeah, I think it'd be best if we just moved sooner, quicker.
And as Clave moves forward again, another one drops.
Clave is gonna move his dancing lights to the ceiling.
You can see there are a lot of stalactites that have formed on the ceiling. You're not sure if you can't tell at all whether or not they're all these things. If there are all these things, then there are potentially thousands of them. What is the illumination on dancing lights? Like, what's the distance?
Yeah, I'll post it.
So you realize that the ceiling is about 80 feet up. As you sort of spread the lights out, you can see there are lots and lots of these things. The space itself, however, is huge. They appear to be, they're not quite in every potential spot you might stand to begin with. You would imagine some of them must not be piercers, but a lot of them could be piercers for all you know.
Could I, with an action point, cast Wall of Force in a way that it follows us and stays above our heads?
You could, as long as you all, stay together and don't split up.
Clave, mentally, with much anguish in his thoughts, says, stick together. I will shield us from these things that are dropping.
Thank you.
They're pushing forward after the first 10 feet. There are several that drop in the first 10 feet of the doorway. They become much more sporadic as you get further into the room. There's like one about 15 feet later, and then another one a couple feet after that. As you get beyond the pillars that line the entranceway to this room, however, you don't see any more. There is, however, hitting the wall of force, there are a bunch of them just sort of above you because they're now stuck to this wall of force. Not sure how to get to the wall. They're like probing the edges of the wall of force like slugs. And ahead of you, you can see there's this green crystal that's, about 3.5 feet across and 5 feet tall. That appears, you realize now, to be in the mouth of this scarab design on the floor.
So realizing Clave is doing this wall of force and that he is usually fairly frail, I will cast Death Ward on him.
You shall not obtain death today.
No, you will not lose this wall of force.
And as Zarius reaches the scarab, you see in front of you, there is an interweaving of golden lights that begin to circle around one another that eventually form into an image of Sekhmet. It's about 20 feet tall. You have made it. And I thank you for coming this far. I know you've endured many hardships to get here, and I will do what I can to cure you of your plague. But first, I need you to complete several rituals to purify this temple.
What do these rituals entail?
And she begins to recite to you in Draconic several prayers that must be said. And she explains that you're going to need to say these prayers over the course of several hours. She also explains that in the altar ahead of you, there is incense and a beating heart that you can use as part of the ritual to cleanse this place. You'll have to burn them in a specific order at specific times.
Mhm.
But she describes a fairly intricate, not hard to remember, but reasonably involved ritual to lift the evil that currently plagues this temple.
Sure.
I'm
Is
sorry,
it
did you
hollow?
say that there's a beating heart?
Yes, in the distance, you can now see on the altar at the far end near the spear, there is what appears to be 3 trays. 2 of them may contain incense. You haven't gotten up there yet. One of them, though, you realize now that she has mentioned it, does contain what looks like, from this distance in the light of the magic spear, to be a still beating heart.
Okay, I'm glad that, like, because everybody else seemed to just let that go by, and I'm like, that what?
Yeah,
Listen,
mean-
we carried around a beating heart for a while, so it's
yeah, at
just in
least
a vase.
T-hole did.
Remember whenever you first met Zarius, I was carrying a whole body.
Yeah.
And having given you instructions, the form again dissolves into several orbs of golden light and then dissipates.
Okay. How do I get a sense of how long is this hollow?
Is this what?
The hollow spell, perhaps?
It's
Something like that, or
yeah, s- clearly it's designed to re-sanctify the place. It's not necessarily a spell.
Right.
But it will take probably 5 hours to complete everything she wants done.
Sure. uh, I will. Does the process involve going back over into this area where the
No, you would have to
things are
actually
falling?
you would have to stay up near the altar.
Okay.
And you haven't seen any of those things fall since you've gotten further into the building.
Okay. I mean, if I don't have to move, that's an easy gig. I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, there is some moving between the statue in front of you and the altar, but it's
Sure.
only over like 20 or so feet.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll have my torch in one spot, and I'll light up my staff. So I have like a torch on this side of this altar and my staff here. Oh, maybe I just throw down another torch. Can I?
Yeah, and making your way up to the altar. The altar itself appears to be made of gold. But yes, there is a beating heart on a plate.
Is there a fork and knife next to it?
The ritual did not involve eating the beating heart. You have to burn it.
Wow.
Kalima, Kalima.
It didn't say I couldn't eat it afterwards.
That's
Right.
true.
I mean, after that point, it should be cooked, so.
Right, exactly.
Lazarius,
You know,
Is there a
and
skillet up here?
don't drop it because then you'll need a second beating heart.
Yeah. Can we use
And you-
legend lore to see what whose heart it is?
I mean, you could.
You got a few hours. Could be interesting. It's got to belong to somebody.
What are the rest of you going to do while he's completing this ritual? I mean, there is this intensely glowing spear that the monkey statue's holding. There's the rest of the temple also that you haven't explored,
You said I'd be going back and forth between the altar and what again?
and the statue in front of you.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
The statue of Sekhmet
Oh,
is also, holding a golden ankh.
Right. It's not mine. I dare not steal from a goddess.
yeah, I mean, the Teal might take just a look at the staff, but not the rod, but not like touch it or remove it in any way.
So it is definitely a spear.
Spear, that's what I mean.
Right. It is intricately carved. It appears to be made of gold. The light you realize when you get up to it is it's the same color as natural sunlight. So it is at least mimicking natural sunlight. And then the crystal that you walk past is also glowing a bit. It's not glowing nearly as brightly, however. And again, it also has like a little bronze basin in front of it. You're not sure what the basin is there for. It appears to be to catch liquid, but it's not clear how liquid would come out of the crystal.
Darius, is there anything that we can do to help you move this along?
If there were, she would have said so.
So I assume Zarius is going to conduct the ritual. Again, what are other people doing? Because you're going to be here for a while.
Well, I mean, I would just kind of hang around to make sure nothing attacks him. And when it feels like it's safe, relatively safe, and I'll start pulling out some of my reading material because I've, I got put a lot of hours in.
You got about 5. He's doing this for about 5 hours apparently. So that's
So where are you going to be doing your reading? Just right next to Zarius?
Well, I'll probably, let's see, I'll move up to like, yeah, like right here. Like I'll scope it out first. I'm not going to immediately start reading, but if I get a sense, if I don't hear anything or get a sense that if everything seems on the chill, then I'll start reading. But
Okay. What
I'm
about
t-
Clave?
I'm sending a message to you.
And what's T-Hole doing?
I think T-Hole would be, he would be kind of taken by like the various runes that have been carved in, and he'd be just kind of studying them.
Okay, so you find the runes are actually pretty extensive. All over this temple, you can find runes. All of them seem to be, for the most part, slightly different. So the ones in the middle do appear to be sort of standard, sort of prayers to the goddess Sekhmet. But the longer ones, particularly towards the sides of the temple, uh, one of them seems to be a catalog of when the temple was built, like a description of the building of the temple, who the chief architect was, when it was dedicated. And there are various things that are sort of seem to be biographical notes on the goddess herself. Although those are further towards the edges of the you'd have to go to the edges of the temple walls for that.
Okay.
So let me just see something.
So everybody just sees Clave just kind of sit down and close his eyes.
I imagine if he really wanted to, he could really freak somebody out by letting his head turn back around.
Well, it's not the head that's turning, it's the torso.
Right. It sounds like your torso, like your head sits still and your legs sit still and your whole body turns, right?
Yeah.
Because of your ability, wouldn't you be able to just let the head part of it go?
Clave has no interest in trying.
You got an action point left, right?
Perhaps when he is well, he'll use this to experiment with the limits of his shape changing ability. See how he can do non-bipedal shapes.
Right. There you go. Taking the good with the bad.
So Teal, in investigating these the hieroglyphs in this temple, to see most of them, you're going to need a separate light source, as the light that Zarius created is now being used by him near the altar. Do you have a light source?
Yeah, I've got torches. Yeah, I got 10 torches. So I'd be able to pull one out and strike it with a strike or light on fire rather.
So as you're exploring, you do find there are these two enormous white gold winged onks on either side of the temple. I'll show you one of them. They're also set with a fist-sized ruby that is probably quite expensive.
Ooh. He's
And
not,
there's another,
he's
there's
not gonna
another one
touch
on
it.
the other side. And they're essentially both flanking enormous pillars that lead up to the ceiling.
Yeah, he's not gonna touch it, but he isn't he's in he's this, you know, his curiosity's peaked.
So looking at it, give me an investigation check.
Oof.
So yeah, you're not sure what the metal is. It looks like gold, but it's paler than gold. But you realize that it is immensely heavy. Like you're not sure what the artifact value of this would be if you sold it to somebody who collects such things. But this the pure weight. If this is worth as much as gold, the pure weight of it, this is probably 10,000 gold worth of metal, not counting the ruby.
Hmm.
So tremendously expensive pieces that have just been sitting down here forever. And you would have been aware from other things that the Ankh is a symbol of Sekhmet. And as you're investigating that, roll for initiative. Let me make sure my tracker's clear. I forgot to do
Just
that this morning.
just T-hole.
Uh, everybody can roll.
Oh man.
Do I believe I can like pause this ritual and continue on afterwards, or
You don't know. You assume so. You might have to start from the beginning. But you haven't like burned anything yet, so it is entirely possible that you can do that.
okay? How far in to the ritual then? Let's ask that.
You are about half an hour into the ritual.
Okay, only half an hour. Okay,
Yes.
even if I have to start over, I feel like that's
No,
okay.
the ritual must continue.
Looks about right.
So keyhole in your torchlight, you see shooting down from the ceiling. Tentacles are coming at you. Back to that. I think that's a hit. That's probably not. So you are grappled by a tentacle as the second tentacle misses you. And it's your turn. You're still not sure what it is. It's just up there in the darkness above you. We lost Teal. Well, I guess it's a good time to take a 5-minute break anyway. I need to hit the restroom. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Right.
I thought about getting one. I did not get an ultra wide. I just got like one big, just a big one.
That looks more appropriate.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. That was just me.
I probably clicked the wrong one then. So Teal, it's your turn.
Well, Teal's gonna try to break the grapple. Is that an athletics check or acrobatics?
Either one.
Oof.
That does not break it.
No,
I mean, you have extra attack. You could do it again.
it's gonna try it.
16 also does not break it.
Okay. So oh wow, I know what I should have done. It's too late. What I'll do is spend my three Kai points to summon my arms and Visage for my bonus action. And
Okay. So as your visage passes over your face, and you get the extra long range dark vision, you can now see the ceiling, and you realize there is a giant, almost like an inverted. It is in a way similar to the piercers in that it is hanging down, but you can see tentacles sticking out of it, and a series of giant mouths that are just sort of silently gaping at you. You also feel a distinct shift in that beneficent feeling of a presence around you. And you realize instantly once you see it that this is where it's coming from. And now all you sense is a desire to consume you, hunger.
so like this, there's a shift in the presence, and that shift is because of this thing. This isn't causing the
Yeah.
peace. This isn't
There-
causing a peaceful.
You are, yeah, you are 100% sure that the peaceful presence is gone, and now it is just the hunger of this thing that
Gotcha.
it has morphed into the hunger of this thing. The presence you felt is probably this creature.
Uh,
And it's Aurelia's turn.
T-Hole
You-
would call out. Let's see. Does yeah, T-Hole would call out. He would speak softly, but his voice would echo as he uses word of the spirit. To be very loud. There's a creature on the ceiling. We have to kill it.
Yeah, and all of you feel the beneficent presence fade, and you just feel a sense of overwhelming hunger.
It wishes to feed, and we must deny it.
Right. I mean, so Teal has a torch, so you can all see that these tentacles shot down, one of which wrapped around him and has begun to and yanked him into the air. So he is hovering about 10 feet over the ground now. You, however, only he at the moment can see the creature itself. In fact, I should just reset I forgot, reset your dark vision. Oh, I think it's on. Let me see. Yeah,
so we
okay. Your dark vision is on.
Okay. So we can't see it, but we see him like in the air.
Right. And you can see the tentacle reaching down from the ceiling. formerly two, but one of them has shot back up into the ceiling after it missed him.
Okay. Well, if I see a tentacle reaching down, or like if I will take aim, I will try to hit him with try to hit it with Eldritch Blast. Sort of aim in the area where I think it is, if I can sort of see some sort of tentacly thing.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a hit.
Okay, and I think I've got 18.
That's a hit.
I think I got one more.
That's also a hit.
Okay.
So you land 3 shots against this rubbery tentacle, which begins to vibrate like a guitar string, shaking T-Hole around, frothing him up a little bit, but it doesn't let him go.
Okay. You know, assuming he is probably more than 60 feet away from me, I would assume.
Yes, he's about 80 feet away from you.
Yeah, okay. And I will move. And I will say, Zarius, we have a problem.
So anything else you're doing?
I just step back and tell Zarius that we have a problem since I'm right near him. I don't know if he heard anything or he's too focused on the ceremony or whatever.
So you all see from the ceiling waves of force just come out in a tight beam and envelop Aurelia. You don't see anything happen. It's not like a blast of force exactly, but it is waves of some sort that pass through the air and disturb the dust. And Aurelia, you watch as the tentacle around T-Hole, as far as you could tell, fades away. You don't see it anymore. T-Hole and everybody else, you still see it. It's just invisible to Aurelia. And it's Clave's turn.
Sorry, I'm still away from my computer. How far away am I from T-Hole?
You are, let's see. You're about 90 feet away.
Okay. So I'm gonna move 30 feet and then I'm going to cast a second level magic missile. If I can specify the tentacles that are
Yeah, you can only see
Wrapping.
the one tentacle at the moment, so that's your only target.
okay. So yeah. So I'm gonna let's see if it'll let me cast it from this app.
Is there a roll 20 yet?
Kinda, it sucks, but it exists.
Hey,
Well, that posted the card for
Is
the
it?
spell.
Yeah.
It posted the what?
The card, the spell description. Didn't
Oh.
roll it.
All right, let's see if I can roll dice. Alright, let's see if this works.
That rolled one of the magic missiles. That's two. One more, and there we go.
That's
Okay.
my turn.
Let's see. So it is going to use as a reaction, another tentacle shoots down from the ceiling and slaps at Clave. So you have to make me a dexterity save.
Alright, let's see if I can do that.
So you made it. So you have taken 8 or 9 damage, bludgeoning damage, but you're not knocked back 20 feet.
Nine, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's Zarius' turn.
Um. That spells the touch. Curse these short ass ranges. I don't have any great stuff here. Can I see anything up here?
See anything where?
Up near the thing. From where I'm at, I guess.
No.
It's
You can
way up
see,
there,
you
though,
can, right. Yeah, it's up on the ceiling. You can see the tentacle that's grappled T-hole, but that's it.
Oops. I will basically pick up my staff. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I even if I could see it, I don't even think I could affect it. Because I mean, it's not hanging down low enough to be within anybody's light.
Not at present. I mean, it's about 85 feet away from where you are right now if you go after the tentacle.
Right. Well, and the tentacle is stretching from someplace up in the ceiling, up to the ceiling, into the dark, presumably.
Right.
Does it? Yeah, I mean, I guess it didn't really matter if I could tell if it's directly above or if it's at an angle, but do I have to see this? Yeah. I mean, if it says choose a creature I can see within range, does seeing its tentacle count?
Yes, if the range is at least 85 feet, it does count.
Okay. Well, I can move a little bit closer. So I'm at 5, 10. mean, I guess that's about as close as I can get on a normal move. So he's still too far from me, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I can only do so much, so I'll just I'll dodge as I try and see if I can move to where I can get within range of it, but I also don't want to be assaulted all willy-nilly. I will dodge for now and just pass.
Okay. Let's see, what does it want to do? So you see waves of force come down, this time enveloping Clave. And Clave, you also watch as the tentacle fades from view, invisible to you. But Zarius and Teal, you could still see it clearly. And it's the creature's turn, so that's not it. You see the same sort of golden light that formed when the image of Sekhmet appeared begins to wrap around Zarius. And Zarius, make me an intelligence save.
An intelligence save. The
Yep.
fuck? Not traditionally very good at those.
Are you sticking with the 7?
I don't know if I don't know if re-rolling will help me at all.
Okay.
I'll stick with it for now.
Okay. So Zarius, you find yourself suddenly in the place you most want to be in the world. And you could tell us what that looks like. But it is a place of happiness and bliss for you. Everyone else, you see faint ghostly images of whatever Tony is about to describe pop up around him. And you could see just a look of calm and peace wash over Zarius as he is now blinded to this world and believes himself to be in the place of his heart's most content.
I think I think I probably think that I'm dead.
So I guess you see images of his afterlife.
Yeah.
So there's like, a crocodile waiting to eat him and some scales. And he looks delighted.
Children
expecting-
frolicking. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Children frolicking, but not on his lawn.
No. So one of the children is Zarius.
I see.
Like a super young Zarius. He's moving around. Look at that little me go. It's moving normal.
Right. No
Back
limp.
in them days.
He's moving it like 50 feet around.
Yeah, I was a speed runner.
So you imagine there might be a way to like shake him out of it. But right now he is lost in this illusion that's been created for him.
I never wanted to be an adventurer, but then I took an arrow to the knee.
And T-Hole, you are now 20 feet off the ground. And it's your turn. In fact, now you can all see in the light of T-Hole's torch that he's carrying, you can see that, unless T-Hole dropped the torch, I guess, you can see sort of the tip of this creature, a giant maw that is waiting to bite down on T-Hole when it gets close enough. But it is about just about 60 feet above the ground.
gonna try to break out again. Are you kidding
Nope.
me? There we go.
Now, this time you were able to break out.
Yeah. So he like struggles loose and just is starting to sweat enough that it just kind of lubricates him right out of the tentacle, and he falls to the ground and doesn't take any fall damage.
Right.
But and then for his bonus action, well, first of all, what he's gonna do is he's gonna go gonna try to get behind this pillar here. I don't know if you can see that, but he can make it to
Sorry, which pillar are you headed to?
actually no, he's gonna go. He's gonna try to get away from this thing. And maybe head up over to where Clave's at. Which yeah, he can just make it to close to Clave. Can make it to like right in front of him. And then I'm gonna take the dodge action for my bonus action. We're using patient defense.
Right.
And that'll be Heel's turn.
Okay, Aurelia. You still can't see the creature.
Okay, I can't see it, but I can
Yep.
see what's happening to Zarius.
Yes, you can see what's happening to Zarius.
All right, I cast Dispel Magic.
So make me a caster level check.
Okay.
You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to make you make a caster level check. You could also try to shake him out of it, but basically this will let him make the saving throw again.
Okay.
You know what? You know what? I take it back. Because he's maybe not going to make an intelligence save, I will let you make a caster level check because you have jack of all trades on that. And your charisma's +5. Soon to be +6 if you ever finish that reading.
I know. So what?
So it's just a D20 plus half your proficiency bonus plus your caster +5. So that is not going to be enough to do it.
No, I'll use an action point. Fucking bullshit. All right. Oh well.
So Zarius is still lost in this little fantasy world. Anything else you're doing?
Well, I would think I would try. I don't know. Do I think I can inspire him to try to break out of
You,
it?
you don't think he can hear or see you.
Okay, so I will not waste it then.
Should have just hit him with an Eldritch Blast Ray.
I will inspire myself though, which wouldn't have helped me on those rolls, but
I mean, I think you can use inspiration on things like that.
well, I mean, I meant to do it in the beginning, and then even with I rolled a 5, so it wouldn't have
I
made.
see. I mean, a D10 actually might have, but you might need that inspiration anyway.
Yep.
Clave.
All right. So I can't see it, right?
Right, you can't see it. And I forgot to add, Aurelia, at the end of your turn, you do see the tentacle waggling in the air again if it becomes visible once more.
Okay.
It's a 1 round effect.
But I can still tell where it was.
Right.
Okay. I pull out my wand and shoot a fireball in the direction of where I last saw it.
Okay. Keep closing its character sheet, which I don't mean to do. So there is a flash of fire in the air, and everybody but Clave can see the creature hanging down, looking for all the world like a gigantic mutated roper. But there is an evil intelligence in its eyes as it looks down at you and burns slightly. Anything else you're doing?
Nope.
And so again, the invisibility seems to end, and you can see it again, or at least the tentacle and the lingering flames. Can't do that. It immediately vanishes and then reappears on the floor, standing next to you all. So it is in the midst of you at the moment. And it's Arius's turn.
What am I doing? I don't know.
Right. So you can make another save at the end of your turn.
Okay. I guess that's what I do. Intelligence still?
Yep.
Come on, motherfucker. Does a 12 do it?
12 does not do it, alas. Let's see. So you also have to make me a con save. Are you sticking with the con save?
Maybe I'll try one on the con save here. It's better.
Much better.
So you don't really notice it, but you can see there is almost a tendril of black energy that forms in one of the creature's eyes and reaches out and envelops Zarius. But it seems as if it is repelled from him and it vanishes a second later. Zarius appears to have suffered no ill effect. It's the creature's turn proper, so who does it want to go after? It's going to go after T-Hole again.
Oof.
So,
Whoa.
alas, Zarius can't negate a crit. because he's lost in his own little world.
So, well, it's not a crit because I have the dodge action.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So that's at least good.
Damn it, I was this close to finally having a crit.
It's happened.
I know,
It's
like usually
happened.
like when you're a huge distance away
Yeah.
from, but
Yeah, I'm glad that I took the dodge action there. That was a good idea.
so it also leans over like a giant tower of rubber and tries to bite you.
That will also hit.
So you are grappled by two of these tentacles, and it has bitten you and dragged you 20 feet in its direction. So you are basically right up against it now. Oops, I'm gonna move you guys to the front.
I'm gonna use my reaction to dodge. No, wait, is that no, that's a different character. Never mind. I just take all that damage. Okay. 20.
That's its turn. It's your turn, Teal.
T-hole's hurting now. Um. Well, he is going to once again try to break free. Yep. Once again try to break free.
That does it.
And then he's going to strike at this thing with his arms.
That hits.
And he's going to attempt a stunning strike.
I think it's stunned.
Yeah. And then he's going to use his bonus action to hit it 2 more times. So 25. Well, why are those? I guess I shouldn't have that bless on there. So 22
They both
and
hit.
okay, 19. And this is going to be radiant damage if it matters.
It doesn't. It seems like it's affecting it normally.
Okay. And Teal's going to back away. Another 5 feet or so. All right. That's his turn.
All right. Aurelia, it's stunned.
All right. Is it still on the ground or is it?
It's still on the ground.
I cast Black Spherical Death Strike.
Man,
Does it get a save even if it's done?
Does it automatically fail deck saves? Maybe it does.
It
I
does.
forgot. Okay, so it failed.
Oh, crap for damage. Guess that's 37 damage, I guess.
Yep.
Pretty much, right? I will move away from it.
Anything else?
That's it.
Clave.
Yeah, I'm moving away. 6. And then, as long as it's stunned, I'm gonna cast another fireball.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Darius, you can make another save. In fact, I'm just gonna say, Kepri will fly over to help you, so you can actually make two. One for it helping you, and then one at the end of your turn if you don't make it. That's enough to make it. So at the end of your turn, you realize that the vision is false and shake yourself free and realize you're standing right next to it.
Speechless.
I imagine in the vision of some form of Osiris shows up and says, "Awake!"
Bitch slaps you.
So it is stunned and it's Teal's turn.
um. Hmm. You know, while it's in this state, he's gonna run up and pull out the staff of striking,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna hit him twice with it. One of the first one's a crit.
Yep.
And I'm gonna expend 3 charges and do an extra 3d6 damage. To it.
So this would also be maxed.
And you apply your martial arts die to that
Oh,
first
yeah.
crit, right?
Yeah, solid 1.
Plus
But
8.
it's yeah.
I'm gonna hope that we could do that again.
So that's 54 is what I get total. My math is not mathing very well today. It took me a while to get there.
it sounds fine.
If only I could have done my channel divinity before that attack. Make him vulnerable to it.
And I'm just gonna. I'm
Can you
gonna,
restun him?
yeah, I'm gonna attempt another stunning strike.
He's gonna use one that time.
I knew they were there. And yeah, that's gonna be T-Hole's turn. Oh wait, no, he has his bonus action still. With his bonus action, he's going to spend a Kai point to do Step of the Wind to get distance between. And
Okay.
that'll be his turn.
Aurelia. It is now not stunned.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll do the same thing I did last turn. At lower level. Did it roll? Finally. Oh, that was much better. Yeah. Okay, deck save.
Just want to use a legendary.
Nah. It's much more afraid of T-Hole now.
Until he starts getting double doses of that fucking spell dropped on him.
Anything else you're doing?
I don't think. I think inspiration is what, 30 feet? I'm way past 30 feet.
I think it's 60 feet.
It's 60. Okay.
So I think you could inspire Zarius.
Yeah. I will inspire Zarius.
With
You're
like
not dead yet.
Stop daydreaming.
You're not dead yet.
Clave.
Um. I'm gonna back up some more. And then I will cast Synaptic Static on it.
We'll use a legendary save on that one.
It's not rolling too well on its saves today.
Nope. But that happens.
You know what that means? I'm gonna blind this motherfucker. Does he have eyes? Can we see?
He
He probably doesn't
does,
need-
but he does, but he lives in complete darkness.
Yeah, I figured it's probably not actually useful.
That's my turn.
Okay.
But I could deafen him too, though.
Right. Before Zarius goes, you're a little too far away, so you use that. It teleports away, and you're not sure where it is. Now it's Darius's turn.
Okay. That doesn't help me at all. I guess for now, because I don't know when it's going to come out again. I will just cast on, or where was where'd T-Hole go?
He's over. He's
Here,
over.
right?
He's
Yeah.
in the dark,
Is he
in the
is he hurt?
darkness.
Yeah, he's pretty hurt.
Well, you went way too far away from me to heal you.
You're also standing in a spot where Darius can't see you because of the darkness.
I can see his token there, just
Oh, you
barely,
can-
just barely, but I can see it's there. So yeah, I can't be 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. That's my staff that's lit up. You're still too far away from me.
Are you trying to do like a touch?
Yeah, well, Cure Wounds is way more efficient than Healing Word. So
Yeah.
really rather use that in place. Is this, that's also a touch, of course it is. Well, since I'm the healer, I'm gonna cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself. That way it will have a harder time affecting me, and then I can more easily heal my allies whenever necessary. That's it. I don't know where it's at, so I mean, I use that as an action, so I probably can't scan the area trying to pick up any signs of it.
I mean, so it's in darkness, and
Yeah.
it hasn't moved yet, so there's really nothing to pick up on. When it starts moving, you'll hear it moving. We'll give you a rough approximation of where it is.
Okay. Yeah, so I just sort of stop, cast the spell myself, and look and try and listen and watch, but that's it.
Okay. And you realize you can hear it sort of moving along the ceiling from this general direction.
Which general direction?
Somewhere up in this corner.
I did.
I don't see nothing.
Right. That's because you can't see it. You can only hear. But it's up here in the upper left-hand corner or
Okay.
close to it.
Got it. Okay.
As it is going to attempt to attack T-Hole again.
Just hits.
So T-Hole, you are again grappled and lifted 10 feet into the air. And then it is going to retreat with you a bit.
Yeah, he's looking pretty hurt.
I see. And you realize it's actually, despite its size, pretty fast scuttling along the ceiling. But you could still see its tentacle wrapped around T-Hole now. And it's T-Hole's turn.
Well, Teal's gonna try to break free again.
You break free.
And so obviously he can see it. Range. Just have the darts. I am going to run away.
Where's the light?
Back towards back towards the light. So you just see T-hole just like running it out of the darkness, Darius. And right right at you. And for my other action, or my other part of my attack, I wanted to use the satchel, the seeker dart. So I pull out a dart and I whisper seek to it.
Okay.
And it zooms off into the darkness.
And it makes a deck save. So it failed.
And then we'll do this one. Why is it doing an attack roll?
I don't know.
Okay, well that's irrelevant. So yeah, it does and I'll spend a Kai point because I have enough to double the lightning damage. So it'll
So
do
technically you rolled 3 ones and it added your dex to the lightning damage.
oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm not gonna spend a Kai point to double 3 damage then. It's not worth it. So I guess it's just 3 ones. I guess it'll just do 3 damage and
And it's 3 piercing damage.
3, so 6.
So
6.
you do notice the lightning seems to be more effective than you were thinking. So technically it does 6 lightning damage.
Okay. And I'm gonna spend a Kai point for my bonus action to do patient defense. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Let's see. How far are you from it? You're still within range. It is going to, well. So you see the waves of force come out again and envelop Zarius. And so it is invisible to Zarius. And it's Aurelia's turn.
And that doesn't care about the protection from evil and good.
No.
Because fuck your spell.
Do I even
it-
see it?
It's in the darkness, so no, you can't see it right now.
Attack the darkness. Attack the darkness.
Magic missile has to hit.
I think you have to see something, but area of effect spells might still get it. I mean, you know from it interacting with T-hole that it's like up on the ceiling in the back corner. But it is kind of far away from where you are.
Yeah.
Like 160 feet plus, 175-ish feet from where you are.
All right, I cast greater invisibility on myself.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm gonna move. Move.
That it?
Yeah.
Okay. More waves of force come out and this time hit T-hole. And so it's invisible to T-hole as well now. And it's Clave's turn.
Clave is gonna shout to T-hole, where is it? Not knowing that it's now invisible to him.
It was that way as he kind of points. As he points to that corner. But I can no longer see it, so I don't know what happened. Or where it went.
Clave will step out from that corner a little bit. And then he will cast Fireball in the direction of where T-hole indicates before running back behind the pillar.
Or why it rolled that, but it failed its save. So what's the damage?
27 fire damage.
Okay. You, had you stayed to watch, you would have seen it burn a bit
Mhm.
as its tentacles waggle in the air, but you duck behind the pillar again. It lets
Yeah.
out a scream, leaving you confident you did some damage to it.
Clave would crack a grin if he weren't in so much agony.
It occurs to you that if mushrooms could scream, that's probably what they would sound like as you cook them.
Nice.
Zarius' turn.
I also can't see them, I believe.
Right. It's invisible to you at the moment.
How beat up is T-hole here?
Oh, very beat up. He's down a little over 100 hit points. 105 to be exact.
Here,
104.
I will go ahead and just do that one then. 70 hit points.
Nice.
And not that you can be diseased, you might be able to be diseased, you just can't be poisoned, right? But
Correct. Yeah.
if you are blind, deafened, or diseased, those will go away too. I don't know if that helps with the not being able to see the guy, but there's that. And then I just sort of move back here behind T-hole. I guess, can Kevin do anything useful here? I don't want her to be like a fucking target. thing down. Yeah, it might be worth it. So I'll let Kepri do the battle mind. Because one of the abilities is to be able to divine invisible creatures or hidden creatures. And impart that to any ally who could see or hear her.
Hmm.
So she'll do that.
Yeah, just checking the spell to see how it works. So she lets you know it is actually right above her.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So anything else you're doing?
None of my bonus actions are useful. Nobody's down, so I can't spare the dying on them. So, no, that's it. She will stay out of the way.
So T-hole, make me an intelligence save.
Oh boy. You know, I'm gonna use an action point.
I think it's probably worth it.
That was well spent.
So you feel yourself sort of slipping into a daydream of a perfect place, but you shake yourself out of it. You then hear a shuffling as something moves in the direction of Aurelia and slightly past her. And it's Teal's turn.
Yeah, I can't see it still, right?
You actually could briefly when once it was pointed out to you, it was above Kepri, but it has since moved outside of the range of your dark vision.
Gotcha. Um, and
You
would
know
you,
that it's moved towards like the right-hand side of the map and passed over Aurelia to get there, but you're not sure exactly how far away it is.
yeah. Um, I guess I'll go over to where Aurelia's at. I think that's like 55 feet. Yeah, one more. So I'll go closer to Aurelia. And I don't think I can see it at this juncture either. So then I'll just use my action to take the dodge action.
Actually, yeah, when you get this where you are, you can now see that it's just a little bit beyond Aurelia, but you only realize that as your turn ends because that's when its subjective invisibility dissipates.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take the dodge action. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. What is it gonna do? So the waves of force again envelop you, T-hole, and it makes itself invisible to you again. And it's Aurelia's turn. You heard it pass above you. You're not exactly sure where it is, but it's, gargantuan in size. And you're sure it's essentially somewhere to the right of you and not that far away.
Okay. I will cast Dissonant Whispers and
You need to be able to see your target for that.
nope.
Okay.
Let me double check before I
Needs to be able
before
to hear you.
yeah, before I'm so assertive and then I'm wrong. Sure. Yeah. Yep, you can hear me within 60 feet.
Yep.
Okay. So it's got to make a wisdom save.
So it is technically more than 60 feet away from you, though. So it doesn't.
Well, that blows chunks.
So anything else you're doing?
Let's see. Okay. Nope.
Clave.
I can't see it.
Nope.
All right. I'm gonna use the red cowl of the Arcanist to attempt to cast haste on myself.
Okay.
So that should do it. And then let me remind myself what haste does. It's +2 AC, right?
Yep.
And then an extra action that can only be attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. Use an object would not count as using a wand, would it?
No.
Alright, I didn't think so. And then it also gives me how much my speed is doubled. Okay. So I'm casting that. And then I'm using my extra action to dodge.
Okay.
And also knowing it's in that general direction, just because I'm just gonna move over here.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. Zarius.
Sure. I think I should be able to like see it now though, right? It hasn't affected me with that thing again.
It has not. But if it's far enough up, then your light might not reach it. That
Yeah.
said, Kepri can still use Battle Mind because it lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But essentially, she can only ping like where it is once around.
Yeah, so basically what I was gonna have her do is hold her action till after its round, essentially after its turn. And then basically take her turn right after it, and then do the ping then.
So you have discerned that it is teleporting in between rounds.
Sure.
That's one of its legendary actions.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And I haven't been telling you when it's been doing that. So it's actually not where you think it was.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. I suppose she could do that first. That way, well, because the issue is it goes right after me, so it's like the information is always immediately useless, anyways. But and yeah, I don't know if it's way up there. I don't know. All I can really affect it with is cantrips. Yeah, I mean,
I assume you don't have like daylight.
not prepared.
Okay.
Not prepared. I didn't know it was going to be pitch black in here. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it's within range somehow. I'll have her, Kefri will ping it for me.
See, where did I do it? I don't remember what the range is on Battlemind.
I don't think it matters. I don't think there's, it says.
Yeah, I don't see that there is a range. It's right behind Clave.
Of course it is.
I don't
Off
even
in
know
the
where Clave is.
darkness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
he's
know.
off in the darkness on the far side of a pillar across the room.
Like
But-
over here somewhere?
Yeah, so Kepri basically points to like around, well, probably on the wrong level. Like around here.
Oh, over there. Got it.
Where did Clave go?
He's behind a pillar.
I've heard this story before.
So she was like pointing out over there. And Clave's like, so that Clave can be like, oh shit.
It's coming from inside the house.
The files are in the computer. They're in the computer. Fine, yeah, I can't do anything. It's, yeah, even like, yeah, teleporting all around my spirit weapon would be fucking useless. Never make it. Yeah, no, nothing I can really do here. I'll just dodge.
Okay.
I'll dodge again. That's it.
All right. You're not sure exactly what it does, but Clave, you all hear the sound of glass shattering. Clave, you realize that from the ceiling, not very far away from you, something has hurled a now empty potion bottle. And it's Teal's turn.
Motherfucker drank a potion.
That was what it did. It drank a potion.
I wonder if it's a potion of enlarge.
It's not big enough. That's the problem. That's why this fight's not been going its way. It's a potion of roll fucking better.
Well, he can't see it. He just generally knows where it's at. Hmm. T-hole is going to. So he use his move action. He's gonna move and then use his action to dash, and he can make it basically to this pillar. So I can be near, at least be near Clave, so he's not alone.
You don't have to die alone.
And then
Witness me.
I'll use the Kai point to do patient defense since I can't see the creature. And that'll be his turn.
Okay. And as your turn ends, you suddenly realize the creature is over here. And you can see it again. And it is going to use its legendary action to make itself invisible to Clave. And it's Aurelia's turn.
So I probably hear some noise. It's all the way on the other side of the room.
Yep.
Oh,
T-hole ran after it.
yeah.
So it's somewhere near T-hole's light that he dropped.
Yeah. So I'll take the dodge action, wait for it to show back up.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
And T-hole, you realize it has teleported again.
And he can't see where it's gone.
Nope, you can't.
Okay.
Is there a difference in how it disappears when it makes you blind to it as opposed to when it teleports?
Yes, it is sort of using its mental abilities to make itself unnoticeable to you. So it's basically turning invisible, but only with respect to one person at a time. But when it teleports, it's just teleporting.
I mean, can we determine whenever it's happening to us whether it's being made invisible to us or if it's being teleported?
If you can see it at that point in time, then yes, you can figure out the difference. I mean, when you can always figure out the difference because when it's making itself invisible to you, it's wrapping you in these waves of psychic energy that are visible as ripples in the air.
Okay,
Whereas when it's teleporting, you're not seeing anything. But Clave's turn.
Okay. Can I use my action to do search and try to hear where it is?
Yes, you can make a perception check.
All right, let's see. Oh, I only have a +1 to perception. Well, I can't do anything if I can't know where it is anyway, so yeah.
You're not sure.
Okay. I'm going to continue to use the dodge action for my other action and just stay put.
Okay. Sarius.
Have her ping.
It is on the far side of the pillar where Theo can't see it, but still relatively close to Clave.
So somewhere over here.
Yeah, like here.
I don't see that.
It's because I'm in the wrong layer.
Okay. No. I still can't see it, huh?
High up in the air.
When Kepri pinged it, could Clave see it?
You should be able to, yeah. It should make
Right.
everybody see it.
Yeah, I don't think it lets you see it. It just lets you know
Well-
where it is.
Right.
So you're aware it's basically like 70 or 80 feet away from you,
Okay.
directly to the top of the map.
Um, I still don't actually have fucking anything to do to this thing. I didn't expect to need to be able to do a divine strike or whatever. Divine, yeah. That spell. So I didn't have it prepared. Yeah, there's really nothing I could do here. I make sure there's nothing on the beads that are useful. No. I will just dodge again.
Okay. So it is going to lash out this time at Clave. And much faster than before. It makes God, you were gonna say something.
Yeah, that first attack, I'm gonna use my illusory self. Where is it? To make it miss.
Okay, so it missed. And it missed with its second attack. But then it makes a third attack.
Unfortunately, that one hits.
So you are grappled and it lifts you 10 feet into the air. And that's its turn. Heal.
Is he just like 10 feet in the air, like right here?
Technically he's been pulled this way a little bit and lifted into the air. So basically, yes.
Okay. Um. hmm. Teal is going to like these columns. Like what are they? Do they appear as if they're climbable?
Probably not by like most people, but you can run up them.
That's
I
I
assume.
wasn't sure if it was like smooth or something. So what Teal's gonna do
They
is
are pretty smooth, but you're a monk.
he's gonna run up this and pull out the rot dagger, and then like leap off and try to drive it into like the one of the tentacles holding Clave.
Right. So there's only one tentacle that got Clave.
Oh, that one tentacle, yeah.
To roll to hit. That hits.
I like to imagine you jumped off of the, statue or whatever, jumped off of Clave and then up to it.
Yeah,
I think T-hole style would be more leap off the pillar and stab the thing while simultaneously teabagging Clay.
yeah. He's gotta jump it. He has enough grace to pull it off. And then I don't know, is it the rot dagger doesn't have radiant damage to it.
No.
Why is that not there? Yeah, so I guess ignore that. And then I'll try to punch it with my arm.
That hit.
And I'll do another two
And
arm
your
attacks
and
for
your
my
martial
bucks.
arts die.
That got lumped in with the second attack.
Okay.
You gonna stun it?
Yeah, I'll attempt a stunning strike. Just so it can drop Clave.
Well, it wouldn't drop me. It would still have me grappled. Like the condition doesn't.
That's true. All right, I'm running. I think that's all I'm gonna attempt for the moment, and then I'll. Yeah, I'm not gonna throw any more Kai points, but then I'm gonna leap off and hit the ground again.
Okay. So you do the superhero landing. And it's
Yeah.
Aurelia's turn. I think it would actually be really funny if Aurelia's greater invisibility looked identical to teleport, so that you just never knew which one she just did.
I probably still can't see it.
I mean, you're vaguely aware it's somewhere in this area. I got the wrong thing. Somewhere
Okay.
over here.
But I don't see it. Okay. I'll take the dodge action.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Clave.
Clave mutters to himself, "You can't hide from me now, bastard." As he pulls one hand from the tentacles and shoves his palm forward and releases a wave of energy, casting prismatic spray on the creature.
Okay, let's see. I love
It's a
the big
deck
block
save.
big block of text format. See what, do you want to roll your, is it a D8?
Yeah.
Before you roll your D8. Oh, you did roll your D8. Let's see.
So it's lightning damage.
Well, that's not good news for it. Wow, and you rolled well.
Wow,
It's just,
there's a lot of
you're
sixes.
just gonna have to soak that up because it's even more afraid of being stunned again.
But I'm not done
Okay, keep going.
Heck,
because
now
I
we'll
pull
double
my
the
other
off.
hand out, palm forward as I use an action point, cast it again with an 8th level spell slot.
Yeah.
With more
Nice.
lightning damage.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Well,
Nice.
that just considering whether it's since I'm hesitating, I'm going to say it's not going to use its legendary save on that either. Okay. So the thing convulses and thrashes around. The lightning is particularly effective against it. It's not dead, but it is sizzling.
And then I'm going to use my haste action. Uh, can I try to escape? Like,
Sure. You are
damn.
able to wriggle free.
Okay. I'm 10 feet up in the air.
Yes.
Okay. So then
Do you fly?
I do not, so I take 6 damage.
Of course.
Um,
And you
But-
watch as the tentacle bamfs away, assuming you're done with your turn.
yeah, I just need to see if I maintain concentration. I surprisingly do not. So my haste is ended.
Oof. Is it your next turn that you become disabled on? Or whatever? Lethargic and whatever?
I thought that was, well, wait a minute, let's see.
I would check the wording of that spell.
When the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn. Yep.
Till after its next turn, yeah.
But it has bamfed away
Sure.
after that. So Zarius, it's your turn.
Sure. I'll have Kepri ping it for me.
It is way over in the upper right-hand corner this time.
Like, yeah, I don't know. Somewhere right. It literally doesn't matter.
Like way over here. Just took a fuck ton of its least favorite damage type. You know how often you get lightning down here? You don't. You know what the odds were of 2 lightning strikes from prismatic fucking spray?
You know what they say, lightning can strike twice.
Apparently it can.
was a 1 in 8 chance originally. Um, yeah, man, I can't do shit to this thing at all. So, you know what? I'm just gonna go back to the fucking ritual because I mean, what's the point at this point? I mean, I guess it doesn't even matter. The ritual's probably given to us by this fucking guy.
You're pretty sure that you've seen similar illusion effects from this thing as
Yeah.
appeared right before Sekhmet did.
I need to do an actual hollow spell. I can't do anything. So those two are literally out of view. I can't see them at all. I'm just gonna go and just gonna stay close to Aurelia, I guess. And I'll fucking actually I could do this. This might be useful. It hasn't ever come for me. Actually, yeah, you know what? Hold on. I was 5, 10, 30. I was here. 20, 30. I don't know where you are. Yeah, okay. Because I can't reach them. It's not gonna matter. I'll just, yeah, be here and dodging some more. If eventually something happens where I can hit something, then I will. Or at least assist.
And you hear the sound of something ceramic shatter in the corner where you think the creature is, and it's Teal's turn.
So Teal's just gonna, he's gonna just check on. He's gonna check on Clave. Are you okay?
Poor choice of words. Try again.
You got a magic 8-ball?
Do you need me to take you to Xerius?
I'll live. But I hope not much longer with this awfulness.
Hold that thought. And then he runs, he's gonna run to, let's see, 22. Be like this or so. Yeah, it'd be like that or so to get around the pillar. Yeah.
Clave is gonna yell to T-Hole. T-Hole, check over there. And he's gonna point like in this area because it seems like every time we've heard a crash, it's been in that area. So maybe it's pulling things from that area.
This time you heard the ceramic break way over here.
Oh, I thought you indicated over here.
No, it was over where it is.
Oh,
Where at
okay.
least where Kepri said it is.
Never mind then. Clave wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah. Um. I think I'm just gonna take the dodge action. This is a good kind of midway point. I can see Zarius. Clave is around the corner. Can see Aurelia.
I can't see Aurelia, she's invisible.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna take the dodge action on, and then that'll be my turn.
Okay, Aurelia,
So I'm assuming I saw all that lightning damage.
yes.
Okay. Just gonna take
And
the
you're,
dot.
you're aware from Kepri that it's, way over in the corner.
Yeah, and I can't see it. I'll take the dodge action, just wait.
Okay. Clave,
I breathe heavily. End of turn.
okay, Sarius,
He bamped out.
He's like, fuck this, I can't do anything anyway.
so I will assume Zarius dodges. Unless he turns up again. I have to look for that notice that sometimes pops up and I sometimes miss when I'm sharing screens. But you hear another ceramic crash from the upper right-hand corner. And it's Teal's turn.
I really hope all those mixed potions prove something diabolical in his guts.
Yeah, I have to get out that potion
Dia-
miscegenation table.
Diabolical heartburn.
Maybe it'll make it like permanent. Sometimes it does, that did happen.
Hmm.
Tony, I assumed you dodged. Because the creature hasn't reappeared yet. It seemingly drank another potion in the corner. But what's Teal doing?
I guess T Hill's gonna stay put. Because he can't see it, and it doesn't make sense to really stray that far away from everyone else if it can just teleport around. So he's gonna just stay where he's at and take the dodge action.
Okay. Aurelia.
Um. Yeah, I mean, same deal. I'm not gonna try to chase this thing down right now.
So you're taking the dodge action then?
Yep.
Clave still breathing?
Well, this round I can actually do something. So where did we last hear the crash?
It's on the wrong layer again. Over here.
Okay. Um, you know what? Screw it. It's teleporting everywhere, so I'm just gonna shoot my shot and see what happens. I'm gonna shoot the ceiling right here with my wand of fireballs. At the very least, I'm hoping that it creates a bit of light.
So it definitely creates a blast of light. The
Okay.
creature's not in that area.
Okay. That's my turn then.
Okay. Zarius. You're muted, Tony, if you're saying anything. Not sure if you're really there. No camera, no. There you
There
go.
we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
It was still reminding me that it was being recorded. So I'll have her ping again,
Still
I
in that-
guess.
Still in that corner.
Way over here. Way over here. Still, yeah. Way over there. Okay. Um, this thing is a funky fucking size. It's like I keep dragging it when I don't need to. As close as I can get to T-hole. So I'll just sort of like, as I'm moving towards T-hole, I'll just sort of gesture for him to come closer as I begin to cast a spell, and then I'll, I guess, hold it. Actually, I guess maybe I can't hold it because of because it's counts as concentrating, or is
It
that?
does. It does count as concentrating if you hold a spell.
Well, you know what? I guess it's okay because it's not like it's coming at me because it knows I can't do fucking shit to it. So I can drop concentration on the protection from evil and good for now. And just I'm preparing to cast freedom of movement on T-hole, so that way you can't be grappled.
Oh, that's nice. I've had a pretty good track record with that.
Well, I guess you can still be grappled, but it only takes 5 feet of movement to escape it. You can't be paralyzed or restrained, and can spend 5 feet of movement to automatically escape from non-magical restraints, such as manacles or a creature that's grappled it.
Nice.
So, and if suddenly you were underwater, you would be able to move around just fine. So yeah, I'm just like gesturing towards you for you to move closer as I have the magic of the spell glowing in my hand, I guess, because I gotta touch you for it.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's it for me.
All right. At the end of your turn, it's using a legendary action to appear here. Oops, didn't work for some reason. There we go. Next, in the middle of an empty room, as far as you
I
can
have to
tell.
take it before bed, like a while.
And then on its turn, it's going to attack Aurelia. Sorry, Peter, it has blind sight, so it knows where you are.
Yeah, somehow I don't think you're sorry.
I think it still should have disadvantage, just still target, right?
Should have disadvantage, why?
I just thought that's how the spell works.
I think greater invisibility, just like invisibility, except that it doesn't break. Can you post the spell, Peter?
Yeah. Oh, showed up twice. Don't know why. Okay.
So the bite missed, but the 3 tentacles hit.
Okay.
Actually, even if it were disadvantage, I forgot your AC is usually low.
Yeah. Yeah.
16.
All
So
right.
you're grappled by 3 tentacles.
Okay.
And dragged like right up to it. And then it's going to scuttle away with you.
Scuttle away with me.
Scuttling away with the torch too.
No, but that was in my range.
Just checking.
So that's its turn. Teal.
Teal will move close to Zarius to receive his blessing.
Yep. So yeah, you just have freedom of movement.
Yep. And then move. He's going to spend a Kai point to do Step of the Wind. So he's got 100 feet, which will net him about here.
Should be able to go one more square, I think.
Yeah, there you go.
It can't grab you. Or I guess it can grab you, it just won't matter too much.
Yeah, let's see. I'm still it's like yeah, I would need to move another 10 feet to be able to attack it. Well, since I can't get closer to it, I'm gonna just use my action to take the dodge action.
Okay. And it is going to teleport again. So you, Aurelia, you know where it went. Other people will not know where it went. But you are over here now. And it's Aurelia's turn. And you're upside down and on the ceiling.
Call out.
So you're about 70 feet up.
Guys, up here.
So am I technically grappled or restrained?
You're grappled. They're not restrained.
Okay, because in the description it says restrained, so I'll just double check.
That's a mistake.
Okay. That's well, let's try Dissonant Whispers and see what happens. Surely I'm within close enough to it now. Wisdom save.
Let's see. It failed.
Hmm.
So you and it go moving away further. Does it have to move away from you? Is that what it
It's got to
does?
move away
It
from
does say
me.
that, yeah.
Okay, so it is going to then drop you. So you take 76 fall damage minus whatever you can negate.
Right. I can negate, I think. Shit. 5?
I think, I don't remember what the ring says.
Yeah, I had it.
There may be a distance that you're allowed to fall without taking damage. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, I gotta look it up. Just had it. Shit. Oh, come on. Just okay, here we go. Just had it. It's just looking at it. Falls of less than 50 feet. I don't take any damage. So I guess what, 2d6?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Nine more damage.
And you're on the ground again, but prone.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and might not matter, but I don't know if you're keeping your greater invisibility up or not.
Oh, it's good. No, I dropped it as soon as it grabbed me because there's no sense in being
Right.
invisible. Yeah. I got what, use half my movement to get up, so then I start to run in a direction. I think I could probably see that light. I don't know.
You can definitely see the lights in the room. Like you can
Okay.
see those from way off.
I'm gonna yell over here.
So you hear a cry from the darkness.
Cry from the darkness as I start running that way.
Somehow that seems fitting.
Wave.
Alright.
But I hear it like in the voice of Lou Costello for some reason, you know? Over here.
So Clave is gonna come from out the pillar. Where is it? Does anybody see it?
Apparently it is somewhere in the darkness.
I'm gonna hold my action. The moment that I see the creature, I'm gonna unleash a fireball.
Okay. Sarius.
Um, is Clave hurt at all?
Yeah, I'm about half. Which is only 45, but still.
Sure. I will come up and we'll do a second level cure wounds on you. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of. I gotta conserve a little bit. Right now, it's not close to us, so
Mhm.
a big spell doesn't seem worth dumping into right now. So. And then that's it. I guess I can have Kepri ping again. That way people can have a rough idea? Maybe that'll
It's-
help trigger Clave,
It,
but I think
it
it's
is
way far away.
way down here.
I think it's too far for your fireball. But I'm
In
done.
a moment.
So it's gonna move up. Not quite that far. And Aurelia, with your dark vision, you see as tentacles come flying down from the ceiling again. That was not good.
Um, am I blind to it again?
No, but it's off in the darkness away from any light source.
Okay, I was just wondering about the or the orange circle on my token.
I just forgot to take that off. It's been a while
Okay.
since it blinded you.
Okay.
Then it gets another one. It didn't roll for some reason. Here we go. So that's 24, 47, and 20.
Oh, okay, 40. Oh, well, 47, yeah, okay, nice.
Because Zarius isn't in range to negate the crit
Yeah,
and can't see you.
okay, all right.
And you're grappled and 10
Yep.
feet in the air.
And
I'm
about
sorry,
dead, yep.
you're 30 feet in the air because
Okay.
3 tentacles hit.
All right.
That's its turn. Teal. I'm sure you heard a yelp or something.
And it's off in this direction.
Yes.
And, you know, he's gonna try to go in that direction. Um,
Let me figure out if you could see it. How far are you? So So yeah, you can now see it attached to the ceiling with your dark vision.
nice. I
Cool.
presumably see Aurelia.
Yes. Grappled by 3 tentacles.
Hmm. You know, I'm going to spend a Kai point to do Step of the Wind. To get me here. And I've got 10 feet of movement. And then I'm going to use my action to dash. So that I can run up the pillar here and try to leap onto the tentacle that is one of the tentacles that is holding Aurelia.
Okay. How much movement do you have when you run up the pillar?
I will have 10 feet from the second move and then another 55 feet, so 65 total.
Right, it's way more than enough. So yeah, you're able to do that effortlessly.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna spend an action point to actually take an action, and I'm going to attack attack it with try to just punch it.
That's a hit. That is not a hit.
All right. And then one more Kai point. I'm running very low here, but I'll attempt a stunning strike.
It's gonna use its last legendary action.
Man, so close. But yeah, he instead of dropping, he's just gonna hang on.
Your martial arts die.
Ah, yes, thanks.
You realize it's not quite as burned as it was before. It's not looking good, but it's not as burned as it was the last time you saw it this close after the multiple lightning strikes.
Yeah. Okay. It's chugging healing potions in the corner.
That's what it was doing.
That's my turn.
Aurelia.
Oh, shit. Let's see. So I guess I can cast technically a ranged spell because even though I am grappled, right?
You can, if if it takes an attack to hit, then you'll be at disadvantage.
Right, yeah, no attack. Well, I cast whips and chains and lightning.
Okay. So it failed. What's its damage?
46.
Nice.
That's not good for it.
Mm.
Anything else you're doing?
Yeah, I might do one more thing. Let me check here. I didn't. Can you not upcast? Yeah, it didn't give me that. Let me try. I can use another action point to do another action, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. 6 level, what's going on? Well, the last one, here we go. And that's supposed to be upcast, so.
To what level?
8th. So I guess I gotta roll another 2d8.
No,
Yeah.
it leaps to different targets. It doesn't actually increase the
Oh.
damage.
Okay, my bad. Well, I was thinking, all right, my fault.
So it failed again.
40.
And you all smell the smell of well fricasseed mushroom as it falls from the ceiling.
All right. How high up is it?
It was 70 feet up.
Okay, so roll 2d6 because it might kill me.
But you land on it, and it's like real big. So
or it lands on you.
Yeah, then I'm definitely dead. Shit. Okay. Alright. And I got 3 HP.
But it is well and truly dead.
Okay.
5 times minimum. Yeah.
Which is a shame because it was just about to teleport away to heal again.
Fuck that guy. I beat the shit out of it.
I'll I'll come up and I'll upcast it to 7th level. I'll 7th level heal, which will be 80 hit points for you.
Okay. I need that.
All right, Zarius, now get on with the ritual.
that that ritual was false.
What?
This being gave us that ritual.
I beat that thing some more.
Yeah, looking around the room, you did notice in, during the fight that in the upper left-hand corner, there are just piles and piles of dragonborn bones stacked in the corner. But that's where we can wrap it up, and then you can investigate the rest of this place and try to figure out if there's a cure here, you haven't figured out where it is yet. But presumably Sekhmet sent you here for a reason.
Clay is ready to eat that heart. He needs
I mean,
relief.
that guy didn't even realize he fucked himself. Did he make any Constitution saves for the astral plague with all that teleporting?
He did not, but
that guy fucked himself.
Man, the heart's gone.
Yeah, is the stuff actually still here?
no, that stuff is still there. The glowing
Alright.
spear is still there. The glowing
Oh, okay.
gemstone pillar of gemstone sticking out of the floor is still there. I don't know where the heart stuff I probably incidentally moved at some
Oh,
point
okay.
by mistake, but the heart and the incense should still have been there because that was physically real.
Thanks for running, Kurt. That was fun. It was a good
Yeah,
went kind of teetered back and forth.
I didn't realize I apparently put these things on like the object layer, not the map layer. So put them back later. So thanks for playing.
thanks for running.
Yeah.
I just ran back
Should
and forth.
be.
What do you mean?
Should be interesting too. Yeah, that's true. Actually, so I assume you guys are going to search this place pretty thoroughly. Again, the pillar of gemstone is unusual, and there's that basin near it. You're not sure what that is. In the upper right-hand corner where the creature was healing, you do find several canopic jars that appear to be filled with liquid. There are 3 of them, and then 2 are shattered. You don't know what it is necessarily inside, but it's probably what it was drinking. The spear is obviously magical in some way. And then amongst the various bones of the dragonborn, you find, well, you would have found slightly more treasure, but it actually drank the potion of speed that I rolled because, hey, Clave did it. So it decided to do the same thing to get a little, and it's +2 acing never came in because you either missed it or rolled way, way above. But let me show you the treasure.
And anytime
you
it made a
find
deck
overall.
save, it was fucking stunned usually.
Right. Where'd the thing go? There it is. So this is what you find scattered around. Plus the spear, which isn't listed here, and the whatever the gemstone does. And the 3 canopic jars.
For the interim, Clave would cast Identify on the spear at some point.
Not, what about that Ankh?
So the Ankh itself is also magical. But it's the effect of the Ankh is just forgot about the Ankh. The Ankh basically you can use to cast a 3rd level cure wounds once a day. It weighs half a pound.
If everybody is okay with it, Clay would also like to convert the money that is too heavy for us to carry into shadow coin so that he can like do his spell research.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
He's
So
got
let
a
me show
9th
you.
level tank spell he's working on.
Take, you know, take the gold, take the money. I don't care about money. I see some gems though. Those are nice.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Yeah.
So I'll take whatever doesn't get taken.
Yep, there's some copper, I think, can have.
So you're pretty
As
sure
far as gems go.
there's only
Like I said.
3 there's only 3 of these canopic jars left. But this is probably what you came here for, because after you identify it, you would realize it does a whole bunch of healing. It can cure any disease, including the astral plague, blindness, deafness, paralyzation, any curse. 15d4 plus 15 hit points of damage.
Wait, what did you say? There's only 3 left?
There's only 3 that you found because it drank 2.
But like we don't need to slather a whole jar on us, right? Like, can we?
You kind of do.
Hmm.
I mean, you were expecting to find the panacea here, but you haven't found that. You just found these things. But this is like a level of healing that you would have expected from the panacea.
It could still be here.
And then the spear. So the spear is basically an artifact. And you would once you go to identify it, well, I guess anybody who is like trained in religion, including Aurelia, make me a religion check.
I'm not trained in it.
Well, I would let you make it because you're a cleric of the right religion.
Okay.
So Kurt, when you said that these elixirs were identified, does that mean through the identify spell?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have to, I don't know how long it would take you to cast them, but we will fast forward through whatever amount of time it takes to cast identify
No,
a couple
I
times.
He's
I
taking the
know
thing.
what Clave is wondering is, or what I'm wondering as Clave is, if anybody else has the ability to cast identify.
Oh, I'm sure not.
Okay.
I can only detect.
Right. So but you would immediately, I mean, obviously there's 2 shattered canopic jars on the floor that are identical to this one, or, largely the same design. So you would become aware it's magical. I personally do think it's fair if Clave greedily gobbled up one of these the moment he identified it. And is like, good luck in dividing up the other 2.
Yep. That's exactly what I was getting at.
But Aurelia and Clave, you would both be aware that, so Sekhmet is well known for using a spear. And it is a spear that supposedly was crafted in the sun by Ra, the sun god, for her specifically. And this matches the description. It's, smaller than you might have imagined because it's kind of sized for a humanoid. And she is notoriously usually depicted as 15 to 20 feet tall, depending on the story. But it's clearly her spear.
Okay.
And I will just show you. There's it's way more powerful than, it's got some drawbacks because of its level of power, but it's a very powerful item.
Can only be destroyed by throwing it into the sun.
That's right. That's it. It's magic. Maybe if you just aim for the sun and hurl it, it'll just go the rest of the way. Could be really easy to destroy. Plus, spell jammers.
Well, that looks fun.
And Zarius, you would probably get the sense that this might be the thing that was supposed to help you in your upcoming fight.
Sure.
Since this is I mean, the potions are no joke, but
Yeah. Sure.
Let's consume 5 times as much food and water.
yes.
Well, that'd be perfect for T-Hole because he doesn't have to consume food or water. So that would nullify that bullet.
Except it's an artifact and maybe that trumps what you got going.
I mean, I would let him go with that one. Because I mean, it would mean he's not using like the staff of striking necessarily a lot of the time. So, basically almost every one of you could in principle use this for various things it can do.
Yeah, but the real thing is, do the temporary hit points stack each dawn if you don't use them? That's what I want to know.
Obviously, they do not, because that
That's
would be
some
crazy.
bullshit right there. I'm not using that.
I can't imagine being in a game that would allow you to stack temporary hit points.
Exactly. Bullshit. I need to run 5e again.
It's a cool spear.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Kurt, I sent you a message.
Have we all been affected by the?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't Zarius was the last one, wasn't he?
I think so.
Okay.
All right. Well, I would head to bed.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for running.
Yeah.
All right.
See
Later,
ya.
everyone.
All right.
Talk to
easy.
you later. Ugh. Night, Peter.